I'm gonna give it to you. Hardcore, the Wu-Tang sword. I fucking love Wu-Tang so much. I fucking love Wu-Tang so goddamn much. I haven't listened to Wu-Tang in forever. I haven't listened to any music in such a long time. I listen to this. This is what I listen to. I listen to this shit and I fucking work. That's pretty much like 90% of my life. So yeah, pretty much in relation to where was I? Oh yeah, I just ate. Oh my goodness, I am full. Being full is good. It is a blessing. Goddamn. All right, let's get back to work, right? Like, I mean, shit. I just read this thing. It's not supposed to be narrowed. It's just supposed to be... Actually, BT 191 is not supposed to be narrowed. It's supposed to be basically so the trush button doesn't work at all on drives that are not registered. That's basically what that's supposed to be. And it should be tied to 189 essentially. It can be at least. That variable can be tied to that. So I think it could be used as the filter. So upstream it's filtered, this comes downstream, and then it uses it for both. Trash path for destination and also the trash folder as a whole is blanked out. Or maybe, dude, to be honest, I think that would cover both, wouldn't it? What do you think? If I did that, I think it would cover BT 189 and 191 simultaneously. Well, 191, I would want to change it to that, basically. What do you think of that overall? Well, no, not 191 could actually stay as is like that, yeah. But then 189 can be basically the trash gray out. For any trashes that are for any drives that are not within the registered drives. Does that make sense? I want feedback before we actually before we update stuff.
So many of y'all
I think 2. Facts. Let's run with your recommendation, but make a note that we are readdressing where the trashes actually are. To be honest, I don't even think... Yeah, I think that should be the case. Based on the registration status. How much effort is this on? Medium effort. I'm on Opus. I should be on Sonnet. Weird. Let's see what we're at in terms of usage. 9% for the day, 12% for the week. Not bad. We're still making some progress. I got 2 hours in. So 3 p.m. We got 2 more hours left before the reset. And I'm barely using anything, dude. I need to go faster. Alright, we need to turn this off so that I don't confuse the fucking chats again. That happened to me yesterday. Okay. 15. We're halfway through this one file. Fucking 2 hours for halfway through one file. Goddamn. Alright. Create new folder. Only asks for a name. Always creates at self.current path. Move ops. Open a full destination picker. Question. Intentional finder style. New folder. Lands in the current. The open view or a gap. Wait, what? Only asks for a name, right? Always creates at sub. Yeah, that's correct. Move ops, open a full destination picker. Huh? Create new folder. Folder name okay equals, yeah, that's the new folder name. That's the variables that are inputted from that. If okay and new folder and folder name, basically okay, that's the run it. New path equals I'm misunderstanding the question here. I'm having trouble understanding the question. Is the... Where is the gap? I don't understand. This is basically just populating the path with the new folder name. Oh! Create a new folder. Yeah, I don't understand what the issue is. It's creating a new folder at the location. Yeah, it's basically Finder style. New folder lands in the currently open view. That's essentially the destination location. You're creating a new folder at the location. That's how it currently operates, and that's how I wanted it to work. I mean, that's the whole purpose of that. The UI is supposed to be intuitive on that level. In terms of the browser. So empty name and cancel is the same as full name and cancel. If it has something typed into the variable and they hit cancel, then it's the same exact thing as just hitting cancel with nothing in there. Am I understanding the question correctly? Alright. 3 states from the dialog. Okay. Foo. Ah! No, there should that's a gap. Yeah, there should absolutely be a safety for that. If basically if there's nothing and they hit OK, well, you could just gray out OK essentially. If there's nothing typed in, that would be the fix. If create folder succeeds but load directly throws, the outer accept fires. User sees failed to create new folder even though the folder was actually created. Yes, there should be more robust error handling for that. If they basically, if it did create, if it does exist, then it should say that the folder was created. But if the folder wasn't actually created, then I mean, obviously, failed to create folder is true. But there should be differentiation between the two of those. Baby. The hell is that? File extension preserved but not for folders. I mean, folders don't have extensions. What? Unless there's zip files, but in which case there's zip files, not folders. Yeah, for folders the whole name is editable. that edge case is crazy. If a folder was named my.photos, photos would be treated as an extension. Oh, that's batshit. All right, then yeah, then there should be a safety for that. That's an actual valid edge case. What is that? Oh, those are my parents. They're back. I thought somebody broke into my parents' house. I was like, what the fuck? Ah! So if it was a file name .old, then it would retain .old as the extension. Fuck. That is something worth fixing, without a doubt. Holy shit. Yep. Yep. Because we want to be able to use any naming convention that's common with OSs. And so, I mean, just because you name something .old doesn't give it the extension of .old in the OS level. Is there an OS level list of accepted extensions that I could just import instead of stating them explicitly? That would be worth adding to the ticket. And also compounding extensions, that's something that we need to fucking handle as well. I didn't even think of that. Wow. Alright, let me see. Rename selected item, rename returns false versus raises. God damn, dude, we're really going through each fucking iteration of every function. God damn. Alright, I mean, I'm here for it, don't get me wrong. I am here for it. But god damn, dude. Huh? Oh, shit. Gracias, pa. Eso no es el sonido que está. Yo estaba, alguien se quiere, alguien entró a la casa. Yo estaba, ¿qué es eso? This is what the noise was. I love living with my parents. It's so much. It was so good. This, my friends, is a granizado. My parents just came up to me and gave me one. This is the greatest day ever. I was just thinking, it's so hot. I wish I could have something like this. Okay. It's so hot today. This is perfect. This is hitting the spot. So I think this is fair in terms of renaming an item that already exists. So like, if the item already exists, then I mean that makes sense. And then the only other case is fail to rename for any other error that that it wasn't able. I mean that makes sense. I don't know what other kind of error could possibly occur. I mean, do we have to define what fail to rename means? And I mean, I think that would be basically, that's the only error that I could possibly think that would stop somebody from being able to rename a file, is that it already exists. So I guess the other one's more generic. And it'd be like some really freakish edge case. But then I think we should add a check to make sure that the file name actually did change. And if it didn't, then it would populate with fail to rename item. In which case that would cover the that more generic error message. What was question 17 again? What was my response to that? Yep, same deal. Except honestly, yeah, it's basically, to be honest, it's closer to BT 196, isn't it? Give me my response before you actually add it to BT 196. What do you think about that? And yeah, BT 182, same deal, more unified path. Then that would potentially mean that no, because the other one, BT 194, is in relation to moving, isn't it? Let me just double check that. No. To creating a new folder instead of actually just renaming it, something that already exists. Those are two completely different actions. It's closer to 196, which is 182 as well. Well, I'm not too sure if there's a cleaner approach, but I know what the functionality is important. I know the functionality needs to exist, without a doubt. So in the sense of you're asking this question in the sense of simplifying it. I'm always a fan of simplifying, but would it serve the same function? Blocking all signals, you can't have parallel actions then. This is more of a filtered action that can't be running in parallel, right? That's intentional then. Leave as is. The intention essentially... That is intentional then. Leave as is. And the intent is essentially a filtered blocker for relative parallel actions. That's good. Okay. We're on item changed. Let me see how far down we are. Oh my lord, we're not even close. We're not even close. We're halfway through. Oh, wait. No, it's not going in order. Oh, we haven't even gotten to move coordinator. That's going to be a long one. We have 1, 2, 3. All right, 3 big functions left. That's not too bad. Probably like 5 questions per function. Not too bad. Ah, we're just answering this right here. Okay, let me see. Handles inline rename list item text. And list item text is edited directly. Can you clarify give me a little bit more context in relation to your question? I'm failing to understand it. You have a file called photo.jpg open in the browser. Someone else, another SFTP client, a background script, the watchdog, etc. renames or deletes photo.jpg on the server. Your UI still shows this full name. The directory hasn't refreshed yet. What happens next? You double click the photo in your browser and try to rename it inline. No such file because it's not there anymore. I mean, I'm a fan of the more explicit error message. But can we say instead of another process, because that sounds scary and automated, it could be another user or process? That is a cool edge case, and I think that that's something worth noting and creating a safety for. Nice job. Good catch. It's a theoretical concern, but I mean, it's definitely valid potential. Why defer instead of calling load directory inline? Is it specifically to let the item change handler or signal handler finish? Let's see. Can you give me a use case for this? That usually helps. Alright, without deferral, direct call. User renames foo.text to bar.text. Inline. Qt emits changed item on changed item. You call load directly, say up. Load directory does list widget clear, repopulates it, correct. The item parameter is still holding is destroyed. Mid handler no longer exists in widget. Any code after that point touching the item or can crash and produce garbage state. Deferral finish single short version deferral dispatch state. It should be the second iteration that you went through. The list widget is in a stable state, safe to clear and rebuild. That's what it should be. And it should be standard across any Qt pattern or SFTP action. How many questions are in fucking this one? God damn. One, two, three more giant ones, and there's a fuck ton more questions. We're on move selected items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 35 questions for this one. Fuck, dude. How many hours? Alright, we're like 4 hours in almost. 3 or 4, I can't remember now. No, 3. Alright, let me see. Alright. Full path is built from self.current path for each item. Assumes all selected items live in the same directory. Correct. Can the user ever select items across different directories in this browser? No, because you can only ever see one window at a time. One SFTP browser window at a time, and it only opens the current open folder. this is true of both the select then move, as well as selecting the move button and then selecting items within there's no collapsible folder structure where you can select from multiple folders simultaneously, although having it be folder agnostic would be kind of nice too. I think that's something that could be worked in, and then it wouldn't damage the current structure, and then I could add that collapsible folder structure in the future for like part of the UI, and it would be ready to go for that. I think that'd be worth it. Why is it going to that one? What? Move coordinator cancel midway through the layered conflicts. Exactly. Canceling is always safe in the sense that it doesn't store the previously selected actions. It just is cleaner, I think. It's going to be either one or the other, and I think the other is essentially just the cleaner approach. Then that way the user doesn't have to remember, did I store this? Did I not store this? Cancel means cancel. You know, cancel always means cancel. That's the point of that. Your assumption is correct. That is exactly the reason why I did that. Essentially, it's the order of operations. You go from the lowest level and then you work your way up to the parent. So then that way, and because everything, when it comes to a merge, everything is a move function. It's not actually merging, in the sense that merging is a byproduct of the adaptation of the move function, essentially. I'm very proud of that design, by the way. I think it's elegant. I did a good job there. Alrighty. It detects conflicts. Return empty. Good. Oh, wait. Execute queue on empty queue. Huh. I can't think of a single instance where execute queue would need to handle an empty list. If execute queue is being accessed, it's because it passed through the sifting process where there's direct user input that would input into the move coordinator, which would push through to execute queue. So there's not an instance where that's the case. You can't access execute queue without going through the UI prompts, and those UI prompts populate the list for that. The only way that you can do that is if you hit cancel, and if you hit cancel, it's cancel, like I said earlier. That's the cleanest one. My move is like easily the cleanest fucking set of functions that I have in the entirety of this thing so far. It's so fucking bulletproof. I love it. It's my favorite one. I'm so proud of it. It does not. It does not do that, but if it's the same file name and it's a different size in the sense that they are not identical files, then that's for the user to decide. To be honest, I don't think that that should be an automated action, because what if it is and what if it isn't? That's why the replace and skip options are, and also keep both, are available. Not both, but all three are available. That's the whole reason for that, for the user to be able to decide that. Because if I took away that use case and I automated it, then the user's not actually deciding what they want to do with their data overall. It makes no sense to do that to me. That's the whole point of the UI selection process. For merge recursion, sub items is built from the sources folders contents. Detect folders runs against sub dest. Inside detect conflicts, it needs to fetch dest size and dest m time for any collisions at. It should. Well, here's the thing. It should already have a fresh stat of the destination, because per action, it should be refreshing. There should be an SFTP refresh that's occurring per action. So the fact that it's already refreshed since the previous action means that the current state is the most recent state. You can't change something without it happening. That being said, something could change on the back end with a secondary user. Fuck. You're right. Maybe there should be some sort of refresh before selecting the destination like that. Yeah, that would be that's worth considering, without a doubt. I have to go to the bathroom. 13 años. Hasta el amor. Tiene aquí. Es un uniforme. Va a promocionar unos parques de estacionarios a Santa Rosa, Los Robles, y después otro por ahí. Le dije, vengan a darme también. Porque tienen ese parque ahí en el agua también. Sí, entonces yo voy a llegar con mi equipo de campamento. Voy a hacer videos. Buen puña. Run it. this. Alrighty. Bama Jerez coming to freaking Costa Rica, dude. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go say hi to him. I wanna meet Bam. I wanna do a video with Bam. That'd be cool. Oh my goodness, dude. You have no idea. Bam is like one of my biggest fucking like heroes, dude. Like, fuck. I'm gonna go try to meet Bam, dude. That's my current repository. Okie dokie, let's continue with the fucking. Oh, wait a minute. Nah, let's keep going with that. Fuck it. Let's see what my fucking use is right now. 9, 12. 13, 12. Wow, that's barely using anything. I'm gonna keep it on fucking Opus. Let's go. Okie dokie. So let's do the next questionnaire thingy. Let's go. It has to ingest all that, but I do a fresh conversation because I don't want it to fucking lose the answers halfway through. I have questions regarding that. Should that actually just fall back to SSH variables? Because that should be the source of truth as to what's actually live. Because you can have the hostname, username, all that sort of stuff. Like, I think it should just always use SSH variables in sshutils.py. Same deal for this one. It should fall back to SSH manager and SSH variables. Can you give me a use case example in relation to this question? Because I don't think I understand it. Here's a concrete scenario. The user opens the folder browser contains a file by root made with mode 600 root only read. There would never be a case where that's the case. Failure path the queue is asking about. Fetch remote identity. On the doc, so it's basically to differentiate the groups, yeah. So you're talking about error robustness. It should be that basically the app refuses operations on it. It's determining the group by the group set, the group permissions by default is what is populating all of the visible drives. So in turn, any of the actions that are capable of being done within the application are in relation to the group permissions, because that's essentially what it's doing. Like you can't operate within others. I mean, but you're talking about an error case, like an edge case, where basically it would return true and then it would show everything in root. That would be a huge error. I mean, I think that maybe having a robust system for that is worthwhile, without a doubt. But that's such an edge case where I don't even know what would cause something like that. But I mean, technically you're right. That could be a hole, like a gap. It's worth considering. All right, I have a question regarding this. So I have a question regarding this. Let's talk about it for a quick second. Is this currently called by Move Coordinator in the SFTP browser and operations? Then that's fine. Why would move item not work? It's still the same thing. Move item is being pushed through the move coordinator. Which gets fused into the execute queue. Let's add a ability for it to be able to work with the drag and drop, but generally speaking, you can't drag and drop between drives. There's actually another error. There's another ticket that's currently in there that revolves around that as well. Dragging and dropping between drives, and I guess it was like, I think it was between trashes or something like that, but either way, same shit. There's a ticket that mentions adding something so it's like, so it can be ready for the future in case I change a different, like use a different UI interface where it's like, instead of icons, using like a drop down system for folders and stuff like that. There it would make a difference. So yeah, I mean, fuck it, let's add a ticket for that. It should differentiate between files and drives and folders. That, my friend, is... Honestly, I just realized something. Cross drive move should actually trigger... It should literally... Oh, fuck. No, because... So if you do a cross drive move, before it does the actual cross drive move, it should go through the move coordination, like the move coordinator, which would run through all the error messages for the conflicts, the conflict handler part of that. So, in all honesty, it's redundant at that point because it's upstream from, no, it's downstream from the actual prompts. So, if it's cross drive, it should do the RMRF, recursive hash verify as well, but it should be a... Oh yeah, it's copy. That's right. Damn, that actually needs to be reworked. Because it wouldn't be it would have to be from, if it was like, if somebody decided to merge, right? Then a cross drive merge, that's a whole different workflow. It's not just a copy minus R, then do a recursive hash to verify, then do a remove. It doesn't just work like that, because what if they were merging? That's a whole other workflow that needs to be worked out. And that inline logic is from before execute queue existed, to be honest. Yeah. So that actually needs to be reworked entirely. That actually needs a whole set of actions to coordinate cross drive moving. Damn, that's a hell of a question. So I think it should definitely prompt the user. That, without a doubt, no doubt. Number two, I think that yeah, it should prompt the user, but but also we need error handling for this. So potentially, I think undo the job. We need a job completion flag to get triggered, and if it's not triggered, then that would be the thing that depicts that, and then it could undo the job. Then the watchdog can compensate the database and automatically, because it would basically be removed, so it handles that. I have a question regarding this. Is this potentially dead code here? Because I think there's another, unless this is the function that's being currently called by move coordinator or execute queue. It has to be one or the other, otherwise it's dead code. Don't do anything yet, just answer my question. And there's no safeguards to prevent infinite loops. I mean, honestly, it should just be the next highest named file. If it already contains a very high numbered versions, then that's the next number. I mean, that the whole point of it is to be just +1, essentially. This should be referring back to SSH variables and SSH utilities. This is all from an antiquated system. So this has to be fixed and updated, without a doubt. It should, but that should be the second line of defense to the first line of defense, which is essentially SSH variables already has safeties in place to make sure that the actual connection is actually working. But on top of that, this should also have some safeties involved. Yes. What is the purpose of this function again? And because this also might be part of the same antiquated system. If it's fetch remote identity, it has something to do with SSH potentially. That might be the case. I need to double check. I need context, please. So that is actually not the case anymore. This should be not deciding, this should not be deciding what files to show and not to show. This might also be part of an antiquated system. Currently, what we use to show files, what files to show and not to show, is essentially through the remote, what is it? Resolve root function. Am I answering this question correctly? Just double check that before you actually do anything. I believe that's the case. Yep, 1 and 2. Taco, taco. List directory. Why is the accessible field included? Return entries, permission checks. Is this being fed by resolve root function? Yep, that is part of BT212. Run it. You should also... Oh, recorded under BT212. Okay, cool. Next question. Why? That, my friend, is a valid question. It should be in relation to the user's permissions. it should not be hard-coded permissions. 775, although I think that is the same exact permissions that is currently set for the group as well, actually, now that I think about it. Can you double check that in relation to the group creation function? It should be inside of the doc initialization functions. Run it, please. That'd be awesome. We need to upgrade that. Well, can we make it a variable instead of hard-coded? It should be variable to the actual user group, because that's essentially what it just keeps it consistent across all of the drives and what is actually being shown within the SFTP browser window. If creating the trash folder fails silently. Okay. There should be a safety, yes. But also I am considering offloading the create trash folder function to the actual watchdog, to be honest. I've mentioned this before in the tickets. I think it should be something there regarding that already. If not, then yeah, we need to add that. We are actually going to be, we should add that error handling, yes. And I think that we should offload the actual trash creation to the watchdog on the actual dock. I think that's the end of the show. Let's see. Yep. Guess what we're about to do? Start it over. Hi, gorgeous. Hello, sweet baby. Come here. Come here, sweet girl. Oh, yes. This is my baby right here. Her name is Miss Leia. I love you, Miss Leia. Say hi. Say hi. Look over there. Look over there. Look at them. Aren't you so pretty? Aren't you just the prettiest baby? Alright, run away from me. I see how it is. Oh, woe is me. Oh, woe is me. Let's see. Well, we gotta fix that, huh? We need some error handling for that. Without a doubt. And to be honest, another update that we should do is the move between drives. Instead of using rm minus rf, it should actually use this function to delete folders. and files. Wait, there should be a delete files one too, actually. So it should use this for folders and the other one for files for the move to, it's like the CP between drives. You remember, like, we have an error message for that right now, but that should be the new error message for this as well. I mean, that should update that error message for that. And then we also do need to work in error handling systems for this.
We just published a new paper on CHS, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. It is a condition that affects some consumers and results in episodes of cyclical vomiting. There's also likely a genetic component to this, so not every consumer is equally as likely to develop.
I mean, it should just refer to the user permissions, the group permissions that the user is using to populate the SFTP browser, to be honest, because that's the source of truth for all permissions regarding the folders. Two things. So is this actually used for seeing what's stderr/std out? Because that should probably live in SSH utilities, to be honest, to start with, number one. And then, yes, you're right, there should also be error handling for this system as well. And all systems that require SSH versions of std error and std out should be using that new SSH utilities version of this for referencing any errors and stuff like that regarding the doc. Is this an antiquated system? Because potentially this is being replaced by root resolve or resolve root function. Either that or this is being fed by that. There's a lot of old code here that is no longer necessary. So right here, we were actually discussing that in the previous ticket that we actually inserted about delete files and delete folders. I think it's actually about delete folders, to be honest. But we should use the delete files function and the delete folders function in cross-drive move instead of using RM. And then offload all error handling to the new error handling systems of that. Does that make sense? This is also in reference to the new double path for folders and files in relation to copy cross-drive move. That makes sense. Does numbered rename, is that what's currently called within the move function, or is the move item have its own, in the move item, I mean the, is that what's currently called within the move coordinator slash the execute queue, or is move item what is currently used for the move coordinator slash execute queue? Which is the one that's currently being used? Are they both being used? Then yeah, we should definitely move the one from move item because it is superseded by, and that's upstream. Basically, move item is downstream. It should just be a dumb move item. It should not be making numbering decisions. That's the whole point of having that structure within the functions. It's changing the quick thing. You are changing. No, the formatting is correct. But the stack fails. The destination file exists, but for other reasons, no. I don't understand what that means in relation to, like, what, can you give me a use case scenario? Because that's a little confusing. I am a little confused by that. The move function should not handle any kind of naming. It should just be move. If there was additional error handling, there would need to be new functions that work in relation to that, that could be called by that. Because they could potentially be functions that would be needed in other places too, for error handling. No. Wait a second. Is cross-drive move, does that currently live within move file? We're not done there yet. Hold on a second. So once again, yes, okay, that's what you're saying, is in relation to restructuring the architecture for the move function itself based around what I described earlier, where I said cross drive needs to be part of the actual move coordinator step prior to that. It would basically negate that issue there. Awesome. Let's run it. Why does rename item return a boolean for collision detection while move item silently renames? These two should behave consistently. I think rename item But the thing is, once again, remember, in relation to the current structure, move item should just be move item. Rename item is the same way, should be just rename item. The collision and all that sort of stuff, this actually needs a whole workflow for conflict handling prior to the rename. It shouldn't live within the rename, to be honest. What do you think about that? Or is that over-engineering it? Because it only is one type of error that could possibly exist within the rename. Run it. To be honest, I think I can utilize conflict handler again. To be completely honest, I think that this this rename architecture could actually just utilize the same conflict handler because it's the same exact shit. It's the same. It's just reapplied to something else now, where it would be hard coded to essentially keep. It would just be basically taking the keep path. This is in relation to the last question, not the current question. No. No. I didn't answer this question. I was answering this other question. You took my other response as a response to the question that was being asked, and I clearly specified that I was answering the last question as well. I wanted to be adding my current response to the previous question. I'm not talking in relation to this question now, I'm talking in relation to the last question. So now 3 questions ago, yeah? I specified the exact questions. Okay, I agree with that actually. So yeah, let's actually add that to the new workflow for the conflict handling in relation to the same kind of basically having a dumb rename function that only does rename. I'm 4.5 hours in. replace action fails midway. If a replace action fails midway after moving destination to trash. But before moving the source, is the trash item recoverable? It's not. It is not. So in that sense, every single, I mean, the only safe that you can possibly have for that, literally, is essentially a copy and remove function instead of actually moving. That would be literally the only safety you can possibly have for that. Or copying a copy of the folder, of the file as a backup and then doing that. But that's so heavy. That's very, very computationally heavy. Is the added security worth it though? That's the question. I can't think of any other way to possibly create a safety for that kind of a use case. But then that would basically create every single move function as in the entirety of everything in question. Because then because it's the same move action, it's the same move function, it's just a reiteration of it. So if that's the case with this one, it has to be the case with all of them. I never even thought about that as being a potential. Usually computers can handle move. But once again, I guess in relation to potentially losing power or something like that, fuck. In which case, once again, it's like we're talking about, instead of creating a queue that lives in memory, there should be a queue that lives in like a database that's like a temporary database that gets stored with the current set of move functions and then gets pulled from there. But at that point, and if that's the case, then in addition to the copy function, instead of doing a direct move, we should just use rsync, because that could continue the quote-unquote front-end move job, but in reality it's just copying and pasting and deleting, because rsync already handles hash value retention per chunk that it moves through, and then it can continue if there's ever a power outage. Yeah. Alright, how about this? How about this? Making that a potential feature that the user can select to use. So it's like, if the user wants to have that, like be like that, then they can. But yeah, once again, it's like, but also like basically they could do safety moves or they can do normal moves, and then they can pick between either or. Those are two separate systems. You could just flip a switch essentially. What kind of a move system do you want to use? And then just record the fact that it is computationally heavy, and it also is. It does wear down your SSDs. I mean, that's worth noting. In relation to this question, I think honestly the database is the best approach. It doesn't have any dependencies. It doesn't have dependency tracking. I don't believe it actually does have any dependency tracking. It should. It should have something like that. It assumes tasks are independent. It goes through, it's basically it's a loop, right? So it's like it goes through the entire loop of everything. So every iteration is a fresh thing. So it's like if it does this, if it's going through the next one, it's because the last one was able to go through. So there should be some sort of error handling within each loop, and then that would be the automatic flag for dependency tracking. But even then, like even if I tie it back to the database, like having a watchdog database instead of having that live within the, I think honestly, a watchdog database would at least partially fix most of the issue, and then having that switch between the rsync move versus the normal move, I think would solve a lot of those problems. But there should be better error handling within the actual loop that execute queue operates with, where it takes the queue and it basically does a loop per action in relation to what it's supposed to be doing. I'm pretty much sold on that queue living in the actual database instead. Because then it's like if anything ever does exist within that database, it gets triggered by the watchdog. I'm not answering this question just yet. I'm still in reference to the last thing that we were talking about in relation to the watchdog. So here's the thing. Here's an idea. Instead of a database, here's an idea and here's a thought. Instead of running it through like actual actions, what if the watchdog runs the execute queue? Then it's like if anything gets turned off and hasn't been finished, then anytime the watchdog sees anything populated within the execute queue database, oh well, table I guess now, inside of the database, it can just use that to basically execute queue. It already has that there. You know what I mean? Because it's already a local action anyway. Then that way you're offsetting the actual responsibilities of the data stream. So it's like instead of worrying, oh my god, is my it's like you have a lot of worries there at one shot. It's like this lives in local memory, and then it has to do a SSH action per action. right? No, an SFTP action per action. So I might even restructure this so instead of sending SFTP actions, it sends SSH requests to the watchdog and it just fuels the queue, and then the watchdog handles all the actual coordination of the tasks. I know that's a major restructuring of the architecture, but honestly, it's way more solid. Like by a lot. And honestly, that starts giving the watchdog responsibilities like database management or like file management. In which case, I mean, honestly, the watchdog is going to be using some stuff like that in relation to this whole other feature that I'm going to be adding in the future for mirroring drives and stuff. So, I mean, it's worth it, I think. Honestly, one more positive that's worth noting actually is that if there's multiple people working on the actual drive, let's say they're doing like multiple actions and all that sort of stuff, it avoids any SFTP race conditions in relation to files being named different things and so on and so forth. I mean, it does bring a whole new set of race conditions in relation to who is the more truthful state of being. For example, if user 1 changes it to this, user 2 changes it to that simultaneously. It's like, but user 1 gets in first, but and user 2 gets in last, so it's like user 2 sticks, but you actually wanted user 1 input. So it's like, that's a whole other set of can of worms, but it's one of them I'm willing to take, to be honest. I just thought of that shit, like, right now, dude. I just totally restructured my entire fucking watchdog system. I gave my watchdog system an upgrade now, and in terms of tasks, dude, this is so much fucking fun. All right. Keep both action fetches, dester contents to avoid collisions, but what if another concurrent SFTP session creates a file with the same _n suffix between fetch and move? Right there, look at what I just said about the watchdog. I think that's the fix to that kind of stuff, because then the watchdog becomes the source of truth. So it's like, then error handling can become, there could be a second stage of error handling, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, we're basically, it's like, this is based off the current SFTP state, but then the watchdog, I mean, honestly, that's a whole database variable that you can actually view into and actually make decisions based off of as well. So it's like, if there's tasks that are currently running within the watchdog database for the execute queue table there, then I mean, dude, you can actually use that as a whole other resolution of error handling there. I'm pretty sold on this new approach, to be honest. Those are definitely special conflicts, but once again, I think that would be solved in relation to the watchdog thing that I just came up with. To be completely honest, I think that that would be fucking solid. What do you think about that? Am I just scapegoating the question here? Because it's the last one? I see what you're saying. I barely used anything today, dude. Oh my god. And I felt guilty about using Opus today, dude. What the fuck? Look at how much shit. Oh wait, no, that's not just today. That's a fuck ton of other shit. I have to hit the clear button, actually close the tab and start it over to be able to see that. Let's see where the last fucking... Let's see where it is. Let's see where we started this one here. Until I see the little fucking Claude bot. There it is. So from here, all the way down to here. Wow, dude, that's a lot actually. Wow. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go bathroom. Holy shit though, that's a smart fucking new architecture. I'm proud of that shit. Wow. Oh wow, it's still going. Ha! That was worth it. Nice. Alright, let me see something. How does this look currently? Because this might not be bright enough. Oh shit, I didn't turn this on yet. There we go. Now we lit me up in the back. The little poof is lit up. That makes a little bit of a difference. Let me take a look at this though. Yeah, that kind of works. Doesn't look too bad. It's not dark. It's a little noisy. Because the fucking f-stop is... Not the f-stop, but the ISO is so high up. I kind of want to take a break. How many more files are left and how many questions? Total. Oh, fuck, dude. I want to take a break, but I also want to keep going until like fucking 7 p.m. It's basically 2 hours per question. This is what's left? Holy shit, dude. This is a 1 week gig. Fuck. C'est la vie, let's go. Alright, hit me with another. The last one took fucking like, I want to say close to 2 hours, dude. Holy shit. How many did we do today so far? But there's other ones that we did today. We could see them. I only did 2? I really only did 2? 44 out of 100, dude. What the fuck? These are all new. All new tickets. I have 200 tickets to fucking... Oh my lord. I'm gonna be handling those a little bit at a time. Urgency based, and then we redesign systems. Oh my god, dude. I think it needs to ask me questions. I need to be interviewed. That's part of this thing right here. There's gonna be a whole... There's a coordinator position that we are working on, eh? Alright. This is about thread safety. I was having a bunch of run conditions and like a bunch of different issues. Basically, there's one source of truth. I only ever need to reset one SFTP thread. So then that way, if I ever need to refresh anything, everything that I'm working on, all the tasks that I'm working on, there's one source of truth essentially in relation to what is actually there. I don't actually have like 3 different ones, and let's say one of them is refreshed, the other one isn't, the other one isn't, and one of them is like super old from like fucking 4 actions ago, and I don't have to remember to refresh each one of them individually or set up functions to refresh every one. I just set up one to refresh one, and then that's it. And then it's like it was spinning up new SFTP threads per fucking browser window that was popping up. So like let's say the move button would bring up a fucking new SFTP browser thread, and it was like it's like it was just so much. It kept coming up with like different race conditions, errors, all this other shit, and I just figured that's the better way to go. Ha! Yes, it is always the owner. That is always, always, always the owner. That is the reason why there is a question that you asked me in relation to, is it branding that I use its underscore usernames underscore doc, and this is literally the non-branding side of that. So there is a branding side aspect to it, but this is the non-branding aspect to it. Exactly. So that would not return unexpected paths because all the group permissions are set before the group is created. That is in relation to the new user creation functions, which I haven't even started touching yet, to be honest. But yes, that is a thing. So it would never come up with unexpected paths because they would all be manually set. It's very specific folder access that the non-admin users would get. Because each drive has its own memory. So it's basically like you can't use, if you do it at the root, like at the user folder, so it's like media slash user slash, and then it shows the drives. If you did it at the user folder level, then that would be using the system memory, and I don't want to do that. I'm only using that for database stuff, very, very light shit. Everything else in terms of trashes is going to live within the actual available storage of the storage devices. That's the whole purpose of that. It's basically keeping storage distribution systems. Double check this part right here, but I believe there is a worker thread that handles that. I believe for the main app. I believe there's something like that that handles the actual disconnect. There are instances in the past where it does crash on close if it doesn't cancel it or disconnect correctly. It's worth observing, and yeah, that's worth filling in the future. I think I've already figured it out and fixed it, but It's worth just kind of keeping on the back burner just in case. It is not, I don't think it's dock side. I think it's app side, to be honest. Oh shit. Oh, it is answering. Okay, cool. There wouldn't be an instance where they are switching between different host names and usernames. It is hard coded into a specific user. That's the app is initialized to a specific user. If they wanted to ever reset that, there's going to be a whole other feature that I need to rework into this, where basically you can change the user that is actually logged in, but there's very few instances where that's ever going to be a thing, to be completely honest. I think there should be a ticket to set something like that in the future, but even then, that would be a function where basically you would log out and it would disconnect, so it would go through the thread worker to disconnect the connection, and then it would go back to the ability to log in, and then you could log in, then it would establish the connection again, just like it would for any other app opening. I was afraid of that. I should have fucking cleared the conversation before continuing. I forgot. Let me just double check to make sure it fucking did all the things too. Fuck. Yeah, use 70,000 tokens for that. That's definitely it. Alright, cool. I wonder where we're at right now. Holy shit, dude, that looks crazy. That's pretty cool. This is so fucking cool. You can see every single file that makes up my overall. Look how big the tickets are. Every single file has a ticket, dude. By the end of it, this is gonna be as big as the index. I promise you. This is actually like I know I'm complaining about this. Like I know I'm complaining about this. I know. But in all honesty, this is literally one of the greatest things I think I've done for the entirety of this code base since the beginning. Because it's forcing me to refresh my entire code base in here. That's number one. Number two, I am creating new features, finding bugs simultaneously, and also filling in all the gaps where there's like error issues that could potentially occur. and addressing it right now as to-do items and tickets that exist. So it's like, this is literally one of the greatest things I've ever done for my code base. Oh my god, dude. I'm so goddamn happy. Like, you don't... Oh my god, dude. This is literally one of the greatest things ever. No one's watching, too. That's the crazy part. Literally nobody's watching. And I'm okay with that, to be honest, dude. This is fucking cool. I'm proud. To be honest, this is... I forget, dude. This I worked on last year, so I honestly do not remember. But it should reflect the actual network state. To be honest, is there any way... Yeah, that it could reflect the actual network state of the underlying SFTP connection? That would be fucking useful as shit. Because then that way I can actually check out the actual status of the connection. It would be pretty useful, to be honest. Why not? I mean, this would be great. All right. I think the race conditions in relation to start connection process got solved by the single SFTP connection. Everything's based off of one. So I think that fixed it. It's not a bug, it's a feature. That's an issue. So the use threaded connection is not a fallback. It is the main approach for everything. Everything is falling back to the single thread. So everything is based off the one thread. The one instance, the one everything, right? So it's not, there shouldn't be a distinguishing between a failed shared connection and a deliberate fallback, because everything is a fallback. I have to bring my kitty inside. It's dark out. I'll be back. Yes. Definitely worth a cleanup ticket. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Ah, fucking hell. Trying to get my cat and I got in a conversation with my pops. Oh my goodness, dude. I am so goddamn excited about this. Right, where's my cell phone? Oh, there it is. Alright. Why does use threaded connection delegate to ping worker before SFTP? So it's basically checking to make sure that it's actually capable of connecting before actually connecting. So, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, but also this should exist within SSH utilities, to be honest. This should not be here. This is an antiquated system for SSH. I think I'm gonna stop at 8, to be honest, dude. This is like so much shit. This is like so much shit. If the list widget has been cleared or modified between ping worker starting and on ping success being called, could setting item text on item 0 fail or operate on the same on the wrong item? In all actuality, so that is actually the purpose of refreshing every single time that there's a single action that is done on the actual docket at all. So there's actually like an entire system and a ticket that's currently revolving around centralizing that mechanic. So, but then again, once again, this entire set of problems regarding the actual updated state will be reset based on watchdog output. I think there should be, actually this should be something worth mentioning as well for the watchdog as well. There should be like a little fucking like flag or something that shows up where it basically refreshes it triggers the application SFTP reset anytime the watchdog basically goes to, like, does a flag or something, basically completes an action. So every time that it completes an action, it's always up to date, and that's how you would basically fix that issue too. So then it's like the SFTP browser window is just literally now just an interface, and it's no longer actually doing UI actions in general. Like, it's not taking actual doc actions, but what it's actually doing is just acting as an interface, essentially. It's purely an interface. I think that makes sense, dude. Because then the other thing I could do is actually create an actual UI that I can connect to the actual HDMI output for the dock, and then I can just give it the same exact functionalities that it already has. I could basically make a local interface for that, and it could basically be, the dock is an engine essentially. One more thing to add to the last question, actually, and the last thing is basically in relation to the watchdog, essentially the dock should be operating as an engine, and then the application is just an interface. Then all I really need to do is basically I could reuse the same interface for the actual dock itself. Like, I can make a local version of the application that is literally just all the functionalities, and it's literally just interacting with the engine as well, except that instead of it being network actions, it's local quote-unquote network actions. It's always sending actions to the watchdog. That way it's always centralized.
Let's go to a break.
If the paths list contains symlinks or relative paths mixed with absolute paths, could redundancy detection fail? Wait. Filter redundant paths. What is filter redundant paths again? Can you give me a little bit of context for that, please, and thank you? Now I remember. If the past list misses six legs, it wouldn't, because the way that we currently mount is through and that has it set so everything mounts to the media instead of to the MNT. And then the filter itself, everything is founded on the group's permissions. So it would never actually show something that wasn't another location, because it's not even set to be able to show in the group permissions. Okay. So I need to fix the entirety of the resolve trash folders. It is going to become a new watchdog functionality, to be honest. So yes, it does need error handling, without a doubt. It does not have that. It is literally just the happy path right now, essentially. So that's one note. But the second note is that this entire responsibility and this entire function is going to live on the dock and is going to be part of the new watchdog system for data, for file management. Oh my god, dude. Because there's only ever one connection. That's pretty simple. There's only ever one connection. There is no other reconnection attempts. It either connects or doesn't connect. Technically, yes, it needs error handling, without a doubt. That is another ticket that we need to have. $15% for the day, 14 for the week. Not bad. I need to give it heavier tasks, to be honest. When does it reset? 23rd. Today is the 17th. We have 5 days. I should be at 28% today for the week. I'm halfway through what I'm supposed to be yesterday. All right. Let's see how many questions I have left. Jesus Christ. All right. Next, what is the exact contract of enable shared connection for dialogue? Does it modify the class level connection? And if so, I don't remember how it currently handles concurrent calls, but there isn't concurrent calls ever because there's only one UI and there's only one action per UI. So it's like you can't really, everything's so linear in relation to how the UI actually functions. There's no way you can really do parallel tasks in that sense. Like, you can't really do that. But there should be some sort of error handling just in case. I mean, why not? But even then, all of those kinds of actions and all that kind of stuff is going to be solved by the actual watchdog once it is, like, the watchdog file management system is enabled and actually placed into practice. Like, I mean, shit, dude, that's gonna change everything. So it'll become basically a non-issue in the future because the application is gonna become basically just pure UI and interface instead of actually sending commands through the SFTP. That's the whole purpose of that. I mean, shit, literally. In cleanup, the shared connection branch disconnect without calling disconnect, but non-shared branch calls both disconnect. There isn't a need for multiple calls for cleanup, for disconnect, because there's only one thread for SFTP actions. There's only one. Technically, yes, there should be error handling for this, but also this kind of feeds back. I know I don't want to keep using the watchdog as a scapegoat for all the answers, but I mean, this is also another thing that is going to be resolved through the watchdog, because we're only going to be sending essentially string data and variables essentially. So it's like the amount of data actually being processed and sent is going to be so little. And the only other thing that we're going to be sending would be rsync files, but rsync handles that kind of stuff like crazy. That's never going to be the case. That's the whole purpose of having the SSH key set up in the way that it's set up, where you don't need a password for user ID 1000, and user ID 1000 10,000% exists. That is the fundamental truth of the entirety of the system and how it's built and structured. The code checks if primary group is in user groups by exact string match. If the remote system uses LDAP or NIS for group resolution, could the groups command output differ from what the code expects? Well, the system is going to use the same exact group resolution system because it's only one system. It's PyOS. It's consistent. It's like you're not gonna. It's set up already as it is gonna be set up. It's there's never gonna be an instance where that's using some other protocol or anything like that. Recorded no ticket next. When executing find/media group, if the primary group, if the user running the SFTP connection lacks the read permission on media/media itself, does that would never occur, because if the user is inside of a group, they have the access to that. It's like it's you have the chicken and the egg in this situation. You know what I mean? Like literally the user belongs to the group that can read media, so there's never going to be an instance where that's a thing, like including even for like non-admin users that don't have part of the primary group. Their group would have permission to a specific folder within media. So it's like you would need all the upstream folders in order to be able to get to the folder that you need to get to. So everything up through there is going to be accessible, but only the things that you can actually access would show up. The non-admin fallback uses. It wouldn't show hundreds of paths. It would only show the paths that would be required, right? Am I missing something here? Because the non-admin fallback would be the group, and then the group is set to a specific folder set. It's like, it's literally, it's a single, like it's the admin user basically setting the group permissions for specific folders and then assigning the person that group. And that group's name is literally their current username. So I don't see how that would return hundreds of paths. It would only return the paths that you were given permission to. And then the filtering for how it handles for the admin user would apply to this too. Basically, it would only show what's actually relevant. It wouldn't show folders you don't have access to. There needs to be error handling for this without a doubt, but odds are if they're already connected, they have been connected for a hot minute. You know what I mean? Like if they are having timeout issues and stuff like that, that's another problem within itself. So I would say that there could be better error handling here, but in all actuality, if they are getting timeout commands, then that means that, well, how were they able to actually set anything up? I mean, there might be issues with the actual dock connections, all that sort of stuff. I mean, and that would just be solved by just closing the application, opening it back up again. But there should be some sort of error message, some sort of something that pops up. Yeah. Also, in relation to that, I mean, there could also be some sort of like retry again, like some sort of like retrying to establish a connection, but that's SSH instead of responsibility for SSH instead of the other stuff. Everything should just cascade from there. Ha! Every day that I see bad news for Trump is a very happy day for me. Let me tell you. Okay. What determines the value of a self-connection? Before the browser finishes loading, avoid using an incomplete shared connection. That's what the ping is for, beforehand. Once again, that's eventually going to be, like, that has to be offset to SSH utilities, but in the current instance of it, the current existence, that's what the ping is for and all that sort of stuff. It's to check to make sure that it's working. Honestly, that's also going to be another responsibility of the connection status, that the ticket for that we created for that as well. So that would be something that would operate as a safety for that. Hallelujah! We're done with another one. We did 3 today. Shit. I mean, that was actually pretty quick, to be honest. That was like 40 minutes. Not bad. So it's ingesting. Let's see it grow. And the sad part is I can't go up to the next one because, well, I'm gonna stop at 7:30, so I'm gonna do another hour. So I think I'm gonna do one more. Fuck it. That would pull me down to like fucking how many? D&D functions. That's another 24, 25. Local setup thread. God damn, dude, this is a whole lot of fucking shit. Hot damn. Settings.ui has the most. No way, dude. I can't believe that's fucking 570. We're getting closer, though. The quality of my answers are going down, without a doubt. We're here. All right, we're gonna pause this. Wait, what? The D&D functions.py is 94 questions? Or 94 questions and 23 files remain? Wait, what? I'm kind of confused. I think you're hallucinating. Hot damn, dude. Oh, mama. Alrighty. Let's run the questionnaire. Give me the next one.
Everybody, we're out here at Sessions by the Bay with E10 Labs for the Odin Dapstick launch party. It's about to be full of vibes and energy. Let's go check it out. Let's see what happens.
Your passion is too much. It's undeniable, man. You know what I'm saying?
What's up?
You'll be on Omegle. It'll be like a
Alright, I need to take a split second for this. God damn, dude, there's so many questions. I've been sitting here for like fucking like 5 hours. Yeah, 5, almost 6 hours just fucking doing these. Oh my god. Handle OS drop. When a single folder is dropped from the OS, the user gets create folder versus copy files inside only. When multiple files are dropped, there's no other choice. This drag and drop function should be specifically for... It's not for the move function though, right? I think this is used for rsync. I need some context. Don't update anything yet. Because this might be a dumb, over-engineered function, to be honest. It might not even be actually useful. Because nobody actually uses that, to be honest. Like that, like OSs don't even do that. But it does make sense for the fucking, for rsync. To be honest, I might be going with number 2. Because I feel like it's cool to have that option if you're downloading. I mean, if you're uploading. So like any files you're uploading onto the dock, yeah, that makes sense because it's like you're selected in a folder and it's like, do you want to select all of them or not all of them? I don't know how it's drag and drop though. Oh, from the OS to remote upload. All right. Okay. So this is basically from... So this is basically from the OS to the upload drag and drop area. Yes. You know what? Fuck it. Let's keep it. Basically, that's the purpose of it, though. Essentially, the questions that are asked are essentially the entirety of the purpose of that. So... in relation to multi-files, like multi-folders, it would have to be multiple folders dropped simultaneously. It's like, would you want to do, and then it would be asking you per folder, essentially. So there would have to be some sort of conflict handler for that too. Well, not conflict handler, but some sort of like, I guess that is a conflict that I created. But I think it's worth it. Sure. But it has to be per folder, so there has to be a loop there to handle multi-folder, because it doesn't really make a sense for files because the files are the files. There's no folders in files. This is only in relation to folders. The upload is dispatched via self window. What happens in main, non-main modes? So when you drop directly into the OS itself, that actually does trigger the upload. It actually does. So it's like it does it when you do it in the actual like drag and drop box, or if you're in a selected folder, it would populate the upload window with the variable that you dragged it item into. That's how that operates. I don't know where else that actually... There should be something else here that actually does handle that though, because I know that is a valid function and operation that I definitely did add to this. Holy shit, dude. So many. 704? Okay. We're gonna finish this one. Oh yeah, one more. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna listen to this same song again. The same fucking album. It is. It 10,000% is. I promise you. I checked to make sure that worked. That was absolutely a function that I added. That it might not be in this file, but if you look in the code base, I promise you that there's probably something there that does handle it. But it should be in either this file or somewhere else, where basically if you drag and drop from the OS to a folder, it would open the upload window and would populate with the folder that you had dropped the files into. That has to exist. I swear to God, unless I took it out. But I specifically remember working on that. Yeah, file a ticket for missing selector mode populate behavior, because that absolutely did exist. That's so weird that I would do it for the OS for the drop box, but not the the drag and drop box, but not the fucking folder windows for the main browser. That makes no sense. Yeah, so absolutely file a ticket for a missing selector, yeah. But I don't think I've still answered the question actually yet. when items are dropped on trash, this redirects to delete selected items. Does delete selected items use the same items that were dragged, or does it reread? I actually don't remember the order of that. I actually do not remember the order of that. You'd have to look into the actual code base to remember that. I don't remember. That's what it does. It should use the source items. Yeah, file a ticket and it should pass through source items instead of rereading the section. Yep. There's a big part of me that wants to like just have it answer all those types of questions itself. But then again, it's like there's so much goodness in fucking doing this myself that I can't like pass it up. After switching to the download screen and setting source selection, does download start immediately, or does the user need to click a start button? After switching to the download screen and setting source selection, does the download start immediately, or does the user need to click a start button? The user needs to click a start button for download. Look that up, but that is definitely the case, but look it up too. Ah, that actually might be dead. Wait, is that the one that I was looking for just now beforehand, where I said that you can drag? Oh yeah, drag to local. Nah, dude. That one is actually dead code. If it's for dragging from the actual application to the OS, PyQt does not allow, like PySide 6 does not allow fucking that kind of an action. I tried working it for like a day and a half, and it's just something that's not possible within how the sandboxing works for Mac OS. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. So, is this function potentially the function that is potentially not download, but is actually working with the upload? Because if that's the case and it was just labeled incorrectly, that might be the function I was looking for just now, beforehand. Remember I was saying that there's like a way that you could drag and drop from the OS to the application, and it would do rsync? Honestly, bulk mood it, because yeah, just bulk moot the rest of the on items drag to local. Go for it. No way, that was the end of those? Shit, yeah, we got through 6 additional questions then. Nice. What validation occurs before on breadcrumb drop passes? And how does breadcrumb path differ from folder target on the list? I'm not sure about the validation, you would have to check that out, but I know that it differs from a folder target because there is actually a variable that is a breadcrumb UI variable that is populated with the actual folder path per breadcrumb item. I believe that that's how that functions. But look up the rest of it, please, just to make sure you get a full response for that, because I honestly, that's such a long time ago that I worked on this. This was like back in fucking, it's like 6 months ago, 7 months ago. Let me see. Oh, it's 4 months ago. No. Yes. How does the code construct the destination directory from the target item's metadata, and what happens on items drop? And if the target item lacks the expected name, key, and user role data. Why would it ever not have a name? I think all folders need to have a name by default, like as a rule of thumb for OSs, don't they? Is this in relation to on items dropped for the uploads? And wait, what's the user role data? I don't know what that is. All right, 3 options for the answer. Record as always. Wait. I would record it as always being present, to be honest. I think that's a non-issue. It's not worth defending against. It's like the assets of my time are not worth making a fucking, for a theoretical, like 1 in a billion kind of a folder situation where it's like you have a folder that doesn't have a name or a file that doesn't have a name. That's crazy. I can't think of a single instance where that's a thing. I don't think I've ever had that. Let me see. Can I do that? Let's make a new folder. Right here, untitled folder. Even that gets that. Yeah, even if I go like this and I click on, you can't do it. You can't do it. Why does the code check both trash folders and root folders attributes with fallback? The fallback pattern. What is the semantic behind the semantic difference between the 2 attributes? Trash roots, self trash folders. That's a weird fallback, you're right. I can't think of one reason why that would exist, because the trash folder always exists. And it wouldn't be trash underscore folders. It's looking for the trash variable name, which is actually a global variable that has to exist, that has to be pumped out from the trash utilities. The name exists there. It's like that should not be a hard-coded name. That should be and the trash roots in general are already defined within the code. So I don't know why that's there. I think that's an antiquated system. I think it needs to be updated because the trash is already defined within, like, I mean, there's like an SFTP one that validates what it is within the resolved roots, like after resolved roots. And even then, like I said, I'm rebuilding the entire Watchdog trash building system in a whole within, like, as a Watchdog system instead of it being app side. And so that's a variable that is set. That is not a hard coded variable that has a fallback. That makes no sense. I should have 10 more questions left. Nine questions. When a user selects copy files inside only for a dropped folder, how does the code handle hidden files? I actually don't have a error handling system for hidden files for this. There should be a ticket for that, without a doubt. And this is for uploads, right? Handle OS drop. Wait, handle OS drop. Oh yeah. That's basically where you handle it from the OS for uploads, right? 9 files left, or yeah, 8 files after this one. 8 question. In phase 2 confirmation, why is the name display logic structured differently for the single item list versus string source selection, and what user scenarios does each path represent? So count len. I remember writing this actually. Why is the name display logic structured differently for single item list versus string source selection? And what user scenarios does each path represent? I don't remember. This is within handle OS drop. So count equals len source selection. Source selection is a list. If it's just a source selection, len is how many items. I believe count is potentially tied to the progress bar. I believe. Or it was used for counting how many files are being... It has something to do with that. I just can't remember that exactly, to be honest. It has something to do with that. But then you can see here it gets called name display equals path base name. It might be in relation to also filling the file that it's currently on within the console, potentially. Or maybe structuring a message of some sort. Ah, now I remember. So if the user selects to actually copy the files and not the folder, right? Basically, there's a little fucking window in the drag and drop window that populates. You're copying X files, and then it would start naming a couple of the names in. Basically, it's like if and it would be only if where like in the case that there's multiple files that are being copied. And they're not copying the whole folder, it's copying the file. So it's like basically just to tell the user what do you have triggered to upload and how is it going to be uploaded, so then that way you can see a UI representation of that outside of just your decisions. That's what that was. I remember that. Why is the upload operation only triggered when... You see, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is actually handling the drag and drop from the OS to the folder. And then that basically opens up the upload window. I think that's what this is. Well, there's no other modes. Wait, back to question 11. There's no other modes other than main. There's no other instance where you would actually be able to drag and drop files into anything other than the main in order to be able to do this. That's the only instance that's actually a thing. So I believe I'm right that that is actually the drag and drop feature that automatically opens up the download window and populates with the current folder that is accessed in the main SFTP browser window outside of the drag and drop. And I think it also works with the drag and drop box. I think I'm right, dude. Well, it shouldn't fail. It should operate as it does. And I think so. Yeah, for 236. I mean, that's worth looking into still. I mean, fuck it. You know, just in general. But it's not that it should fail for non-main. I think it's like it already has zero functionality for anything that's outside of main. So that within itself is perfectly fine because that's an expected operation. And reaction. Pontificating, oh my god, dude, you are a whole other level, my friend. Determine whether to treat a destination path as trash location. And why does it check? Wait, what? Once again, trash paths should not be hard-coded. They should be pulling from the global variable where it's stated. So it's either in trash utilities or it's inside of SFTP connection or wherever the resolve root is. There is a variable where trash paths are defined. There is a function that defines them. That already exists, I promise. And then that should be populated. There should be one source of truth for all trash paths. Are there any other questions like along the lines of that kind of a question? Because if that's the case, then they should all be answered in the same way. Where it's like there should be no hard-coded trash paths. And there should everything should just be basically filling in variables at this point within any kind of move actions or any kind of stuff like that. quick question. Where does delete selected item live? And it should be source items. Everything should be coming back to source items. That's part of another error message, another ticket that we filed. But then the other question I have is delete selected item shouldn't be called that. It should be called move to trash. It should be handled exactly like the move to trash button. So anything that has delete selected item should be handled in that way, because I don't like how delete selected item is named. Even if the trash button operates using delete selected items, I don't like that name because that's not accurate. Those actually are the size and M time. I don't think are actually variables that are used by Move Coordinator. You can double check me on this, but I'm like 90% sure that's part of an antiquated system. Yeah. You're right. I fucked up there. Okay. Does the move button currently operate with this? Because it should too. That actually makes a lot of sense. And yeah, record please. I think this is the last file for the day. Oh my god, dude. 3 more questions. 3 more fucking questions. How many hours? Oh my god. I'm over 7, almost 8 hours into this. How does the code handle the case where move coordinator returns none? Why would the move coordinator return none? Is it actually returning something like that? Does it return anything outside of complete or incomplete? Yeah, that's the cancel. No, yeah, that's the cancel button. Well, I mean, that's the user selected cancel, and then doesn't the cancel button have its own prompt that gives the user too? Just double check that for me. If yes, then yes. If not, then make a ticket to add a canceled prompt for the user, basically saying canceled, all moves were whatever the fuck, you know, exactly how it operates. Oh my god, I'm just tired, dude. It's been like 8 hours of this shit today, just answering questions about repo. Oh my goodness. I am like one last question. The prompts that are coming up should be coming from Move Coordinator. They should not be coming. There should not be two sets of prompts. There should only be one. Back to a question. $15. So there should only be one source of truth for the prompts that come up. Is that the case currently? It should just basically be triggering the prompts as if it was doing a move, if it's a drag and drop move. Huh? Okay, that's another thing worth noting. Fuck, dude. You see the importance of answering these fucking questions? That's huge. One more for question 15. One more for question 15 real quick. For the trash, it should operate in the same exact way that the trash currently operates for where the trash is. It should just be pulling functions from the trash. The trash is currently like exactly when the trash button, the way that the trash button works is how if you're clicking and dragging into the trash, it should just be using that. There should not be a separate set of logic for that. Let's go. 3 more questions. Let's finish it up. I am actually legitimately not sure what that's about. Oh, one more thing to add. Shit. All the drag and drop actions should also operate and behave in the same exact way as the SFTP actions currently behave. But the reason for setting this up in this way is basically for once I basically just having one source of truth per action. So then that way I only need to actually change the specific functions and areas and then just tie them over to the watchdog system eventually. So the drag and drop system needs to also be tied into that update as well. But I think the most easy way to do that is by having a single source of functions, a single source of, you know, all that sort of stuff. So then it's like move or / SFTP actions come from there, from the same place that all the other SFTP actions come from. And then all the trash ones come from all the trash ones. So just also note that as well, please. In relation to the refresh timer, I have no fucking idea what that's about. I forgot. It might be an antiquated system. But wait. Why is refresh timer within the drag and drop? Then wait a minute, back to question 16. Why is the refresh timer in the drag and drop? Now I remember what that's for. Yeah, that is actually useful, but why isn't it an SFTP connection? Yeah, dude. I'm right. 30% for the day. Well, 30% there, 15% for the day. I barely used anything today, dude. This is like such baby level of fucking work. In relation to what this is actually capable of, I don't want to waste my tokens like this. I think I'm only going to do a couple of files a day, like two files a day maybe. That actually might be an antiquated system for when I had drag and drop doing logic on top of doing the actual source and destination, maybe. Wait. I'm not done with that question yet. Did you add it to the actual BT245 as well? Okay, next. That might be the list of source items, potentially. or it's dead code. One or the other. Fuck! Ah, it's the window. Alright, I'll be back.
Está comunicado entre sí.
Sí.
No sea tan reingrato que usted esté construyendo, hombre. Un sistema planetario.
Sí, ¿verdad? Ve eso.
No sea tan re bárbaro. Cada punto tiene su función, todos están conectados unos con otros para que usted... O sea que son como un montón de cerebros en uno.
Sí.
Cristo del cielo.
Esto es básicamente todo lo que yo estaba haciendo por el último, casi como último año.
O sea que esa es toda su herramienta.
Esto es esta aplicación. Y después aquí están todas las cosas, todas las páginas que existen.
Todo eso que usted está pasando ahí está ahí metido.
Esas son las páginas que está llenando la inteligencia artificial. Y entonces, y aquí están las intenciones. Entonces estas son las respuestas de las preguntas que me está haciendo. Todas mis intenciones con eso. Y después de eso, aquí están todas las preguntas que me faltan todavía.
Todo eso es
Cada una de estas líneas.
cada una de esas líneas son preguntas.
Q. Cada una de esas líneas es una pregunta.
Usted se va a convencer, se lo digo desde ya. Usted responde, mande una pregunta, esa sí, 8 se le borra. ¿Por qué? Porque al contestar alguna de esas, usted está avanzando con 8.
Me pasó hoy, felizmente, porque hubo un entero código que ya no existía más. Entonces, ahora está en estos momentos repasando todo. Entonces está cogiendo todas estas preguntas aquí, todas estas respuestas. Aquí están las respuestas que me hizo, las preguntas, y va a coger esto, va a hacerlo uno de estos documentos acá, como donde tiene no está, acá, donde tiene todas las preguntas, lo documentan, las preguntas y las respuestas, y después de eso me comienza, entonces después de eso coge estas palabras aquí que yo hice y después lo agrega a las descripciones de estas cosas acá. Entonces dice aquí está todo un montón de descripciones sobre, aquí dice también los errores que tengo, los tiquetes que están abiertos, que los problemas que ya conoce. Entonces, esto es freaking, es muy,
Detallista,
sí.
muy detallista. Con su modelo.
Aquí está todas las cosas que acaba de agregar. Entonces esto ya está haciéndole, tiene que hacer unos, está compactando la conversación porque es muy grande. Oh my god, dude. Es que hoy sí esto estaba, pero apenas pude hacer 4 en 7 horas.
Ahí va. Padre del cielo, que no, yo te repito, para mí que eso es lo que está buscando es que usted le demuestre que realmente usted sabe.
Sí, sí.
Lo que usted ha hecho, usted lo conoce, usted lo sabe, usted no lo ha inventado.
Esto no fue una inteligencia artificial que digo, hágame esto.
Esto exactamente, no fue casualidad.
Oh my god, dude. Yo estoy tan feliz con esto.
¿Quién no? Olvídate, papá. Trabajo del carajo, pero el fruto viene.
Pero qué increíble eso, ¿no? Me encanta verlo así cuando se hace la animación así.
Algo apareciendo. Puramente extraterrestres. Están listos ahí para el ataque. Están colocándose cada uno. Observen que cada uno tiene su posición.
¿Verdad?
¿Cómo, digamos, usted puede reconocer, digamos, que cuál es este?
Aquí se lo enseño.
Por ejemplo,
Este puede hacerse más cerca.
ahí voy.
Ahí dice el nombre, Settings UI. Entonces si usted aprieta este, abre el file, digamos el documento.
Usted presenta el documento ahí y lo abre.
Yo puedo, todo esto es uno de los documentos.
Ah, ok, entiendo.
Y después enseña cómo los documentos están amarrados juntos. Esto es lo que yo necesitaba, pero hace un rato atrás. Y esto también va a ser porque, como le digo, aquí me estoy encontrando errores, un montón de diferentes cosas que definitivamente no estaban sirviendo, o cosas que estaban 8 hours. Vea, entonces usted ya estaba trabajando por 8 horas. Usted quiere parar aquí o seguir una vez más.
Eso mismo. Cuide su salud.
Get push, please.
Dígale, no.
Va a ser de get push, please.
No. Va para la cama ya.
Entonces eso es lo que va a hacer. Ahora va a mandar todos los cambios que yo hice hoy. Va a hacer un summary. Y después de eso, ¿ya terminó?
O sea, a las 4 de la mañana.
Ya, sí. Ahora eso va a empujar todos los cambios que hice. Y ahí terminó el día.
Porque hace cuánto me fui solo a echar agua. Ya hasta ahorita. Bueno, quizá está diablo. Se está alargando este verano.
Sí.
Viste que quiso llover un par de días, como que dice, me estoy arrimando, pero este verano se está yendo. No.
Yo creo que en mayo sí comienza, se aprieta el
Yo sí, pero
verano.
abril ya es hora de que comience ya. Pero ahí pasa uno por unos cafetales hasta que se ven blanco, lindísimos. Entonces camina por ahí la miel.
Ay, qué rico.
Esa flor suelta un olor a miel. Ahí es donde las avispas están como locas.
Me imagino ahí, sí. Pues la miel de abeja de café.
Eso, exactamente, eso te iba a decir. Es increíble, usted ve esa miel de abeja de la flor de Guanacasteca, que es como amarillento, oscurita, café, entiende, esa que compramos. Usted ve miel de abeja aquí de café, esta época es bastante transparente.
Claro. Sí, pero es
Claro.
diferentes flores y todo eso, sí, sí.
Eso.
Sí, ecosistemas. Porque aquí existe casi como, yo creo que es como 10% de toda la biodiversidad de todo el mundo existe en Costa Rica.
En este pedacito de tierra.
Aquí.
Qué increíble, estamos hablando de plantas y animales.
Y sí.
No es posible, hombre, porque si siempre en África fue el rey de la selva, los leones, es que rinocerontes, que
Sí.
animales que aquí nunca se verán. No es posible que ya este país esté superando
Bueno, es un porcentaje inmensísimo.
tremendos semejantes continentes.
Un mundo, imagínense que es todo el mundo y este paísito, este país que tiene casi como, literalmente el mismo tamaño que West Virginia.
Estaba oyendo, sí. No, West Virginia. Creo que el estado de Virginia.
Uno de los-
Virginia, del este. No del oeste. Este es bien pequeño.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Pero sí, este país como... tipo, creo que New Jersey es como como 3/4 partes de Costa Rica. New Jersey. Es como 3/4 partes de Costa Rica. Imagínense. Eso es pequeño.
Sí. Yo sé, pero, oh my god, papá. Mi cerebro se siente, pero como que es gelatina en este momento.
Por eso, mejor pare ya. Vaya, tómese un té. Es más, agarra 2 hojitas de esa marinamo, ahí la eche en agua caliente. Pues, un revuelvo por 5 minutos. Eso suelta un té. Tómeselo. Y ahorita pues te vas a dar cuenta. Es un relajante.
Definitivamente.
Hágalo. De verdad, esta mañana se va a levantar una mente, pero con 50%, el 500% más energía.
Yo sí.
Usted tiene mucho afán por seguir y avanzar, pero está pasando el límite de su resistencia.
Yeah.
Su mente sigue, pero sigue también ya embotada.
Sí, no, definitivamente.
Miras,
Alright, pop. Yeah.
venga,
Alright. You heard my papa. I have to go to bed.
yo decís, ahora voy y llego a hacer lo que sea, ven y me recuesto un rato, por lo mismo.
Yeah.
¿Qué está pasando?
I have to go to sleep. Or play a video game or do something different right now just to like kind of chill out. I did a bunch of stuff today. It was a good day. Alright. I'm gonna go now. Peace.